Sometimes the night gets so quiet that even your own thoughts feel too loud. You lie there, eyes open, staring at nothing, and somewhere between the ticking clock and the falling rain, a name appears, not spoken, not typed, just felt, deep inside, where words don't reach. And tonight, we are going to sit inside that feeling, together, quietly, safely. So wherever you are right now, lie down, close your eyes, and let the rain find you. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to welcome you. If this is your first time here, welcome to Lonely Nights. This is a place built for the ones who feel things deeply, who think too much at night, who carry feelings they don't always have words for. Here, every story is slow, every story is honest, every story is made for hearts like yours. And if you have been here before, welcome back. I am glad you returned. I am glad you are here. I am glad you chose this quiet corner of the night to rest in. Tonight's story is called A Lonely Rainy Night. It is a story about a man sitting alone in the rain, missing someone, remembering someone, and slowly, very slowly, finding his way back to peace. So get comfortable. Pull your blanket close. Let your body sink in. And let me take you somewhere quiet. His name is Ian, 28 years old, lives alone, 4th floor apartment, corner room, the kind of room where silence has its own sound. One small lamp in the corner, warm yellow light, but somehow the room still feels cold. A wooden table, a half-drunk cup of coffee, cold now. He forgot to drink it. He forgets small things lately. What time he ate, whether he replied to that message, what day it is. But her he never forgets. Outside the window, rain is falling. Not heavy rain, not a storm, just soft rain. The kind that falls slowly, like it has nowhere important to be. The kind that taps gently on glass, like it is asking permission to make you feel something. Ian is sitting on his bed, back against the wall, knees pulled slightly toward his chest, eyes on the window. He didn't plan to be awake this late. He never does. These nights just arrive. Quietly. Without warning. Like old songs. Like the smell of someone's perfume. In a place they stopped visiting a long time ago. The clock on the wall is ticking. He can hear it clearly now. Tick. 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 Each second measured. Each second passing. Each second taking him further from the last time he saw her. He looks at his phone. Screen dark. No messages. He wasn't expecting any. He knew there would be none. But he looked anyway. The way you check a door, knowing no one is coming, but checking anyway. Because hope is a quiet habit that doesn't ask for logic. He puts the phone face down on the table next to the cold coffee, and he looks back at the window. Raindrops running down the glass, one by one, each finding its own path, slowly downward, each one alone, but somehow not lonely. He watches them for a long time, without thinking, without planning, without trying to fix anything, just watching. The rain, the glass, the night outside, and in that stillness, very quietly, a thought rises inside him. Not a loud thought, not a painful one, just honest, simple, true. Kuch radian. Insan ko sona nahi dedi. Some nights are simply not made for sleeping. They are made for sitting with yourself, for feeling what you have been avoiding, for remembering what you have been running from. And tonight, Ian is done running. He leans his head back against the wall, slowly closes his eyes, just for a moment, and lets the memory come, like rain, soft, uninvited, but somehow, memory is strange. It doesn't knock before entering. It doesn't ask if you are ready. It just arrives. Like rain. Like her. One moment Ian is sitting alone in his quiet apartment, eyes on the window. And the next moment, he is somewhere else entirely. 3 years ago, a rainy Thursday evening, a small cafe near the university. He hadn't planned to go there that night. He never planned anything in those days. He just walked, wherever his feet took him, until somewhere felt warm enough to stop. That night, the cafe felt warm enough. He pushed open the door. The smell of coffee hit him first. Then the sound. Soft jazz playing somewhere in the back. Low and gentle. Like music that wasn't trying too hard. The kind of music that doesn't demand your attention. It just sits beside you, quietly, like a good friend. He found a small table near the window, ordered his coffee, and opened his phone, pretending to be busy, the way people do when they are alone in public and don't want anyone to know. They have nowhere else to be. Outside the window, rain was falling, heavy now. People outside rushing, umbrellas opening. Everyone trying to escape the rain. Everyone. Except one person. She was sitting 2 tables away from him. By the window. Just like him. But she wasn't looking at her phone. She wasn't reading. She wasn't pretending to be busy. She was just watching the rain. Completely still. Completely present. Like she had nowhere else to be. And was completely fine with that. Ian noticed her the way you notice. Something that doesn't fit the pattern. Everyone else in the cafe was busy. Talking. Typing. Rushing. But she was just there. Her coffee cup held in both hands. Steam rising slowly. Eyes on the rain outside. She had this expression on her face that Ian couldn't quite name. Not sad. Not happy. Something quieter than both. Something more honest. Like she was listening to the rain. And the rain was actually saying something. He found himself staring. Then quickly looking away. Then looking back. And then she turned. Their eyes met. Just for a second. He looked away immediately. Back to his phone. Face warm. Heart doing something strange. He stared at his screen. Seeing nothing. And then he heard it. A soft laugh. Just one. Small. Quiet. He looked up. She was looking back at the rain. But there was a small smile at the corner of her lips. Like she found him funny. Like she found the whole thing funny. The rain. The cafe. 2 strangers catching each other. Doing exactly the same thing. He took a breath. And did something he almost never did. He spoke first. You're not afraid of the rain. She turned slowly. Looked at him properly this time. Her eyes were calm. The kind of calm that takes time to build. The kind you recognize when you have been looking for it in yourself. Why would I be afraid of it? She said. Simple. Direct. No performance. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Everyone outside is running from it, he said finally. She looked back at the window, at the people rushing past, umbrellas and hurried steps. They're not afraid of the rain, she said quietly. They're just afraid of feeling wet. Ian looked at her. She said it so simply, so honestly, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. And somehow, it was the most interesting thing anyone had said to him in a very long time. I'm Lena, she said, turning toward him slightly. Ian, he said. She nodded once, looked back at the rain, and somehow, that was enough. They didn't shake hands. They didn't exchange numbers immediately. They didn't do any of the things people usually do when they meet someone new. They just sat there. Two people. Two windows. One rain. One cafe. And slowly, without planning it, they started talking. About coffee first. The way it always starts. Black coffee? She asked, looking at his cup. Always, he said. No sugar. No sugar. She made a small sound. Half agreement. Half judgment. Brave, she said. He laughed. Small. Surprised. He hadn't laughed like that in a while. You have chai, he said, nodding at her cup. Always, she said. In a coffee shop. Especially in a coffee shop, she said. Completely serious. And somehow, that made him laugh again. The jazz in the background kept playing. Low. Soft. Unhurried. Outside, the rain kept falling. And they kept talking. Moving from coffee to rain. Slowly. Do you always watch the rain like that? He asked. She thought about it. Actually thought about it. Like it was a real question. That deserved a real answer. Only when I can't sleep, she said. He looked at her. You couldn't sleep tonight? I never sleep well, she said simply. Too many thoughts. He nodded slowly. Me too, he said. And in those two words, something passed between them. Not romantic, not dramatic, just recognition. The quiet understanding between two people who both know what it means to lie awake at night with a mind that won't stop. What kind of music do you listen to? She asked. After a moment. At night? He asked. Yes. She said. At night. When you can't sleep. He thought about it. Old songs mostly. He said. The kind my mother used to play. Slow ones. Nothing with too many words. She smiled at that. A real smile. The kind that reaches the eyes. I like piano. She said. Just piano. No words. No lyrics. Just the notes. Filling the room. She said it like she was describing something sacred. And Ian understood. Because that is exactly how he felt. About his old songs. About this rain. About this cafe. About this conversation. Sacred. Quiet. Unexpected. They talked until the rain slowed down. Until their cups were empty. Until the cafe started dimming its lights. And when they finally stood to leave, she looked at him once more. I hope you sleep tonight, Ian. She said. Not flirtatious. Not performative. Just honest. Just warm. Just her. You too, Lena. He said. She smiled. Pulled her jacket close. And walked out into the night. He stood at the cafe door. Watching her go. She didn't run from the rain. She walked slowly. Steadily. Like someone who had made peace with getting a little wet. He stood there until she turned the corner and disappeared. He didn't know her last name. He didn't have her number. He didn't know if he would ever see her again. But he walked home that night, feeling something he hadn't felt in a long time. Not excited. Not nervous. Just warm. Like a cup of chai, held in both hands, on a rainy night. There are places in this world that become yours, without you realizing it. Not because you chose them. Not because they are special to everyone. But because something happened there. Something small. Something quiet. Something that changed the shape of ordinary evenings. Forever. For Ian. That place was the cafe. The same small cafe. Near the university. Corner table by the window. He went back the next rainy evening. Not sure why. Telling himself he just wanted coffee. Telling himself it was convenient. Telling himself all the small lies we tell ourselves when we don't want to admit we are hoping for something. She was already there. Same table. Same window. Chai in both hands. Eyes on the rain. She looked up when he walked in. And smiled. Small. Like she had been expecting him. Like she wasn't surprised at all. Black coffee. She said. Black coffee. He said. And just like that, it became a thing. No plan. No agreement. No conversation about it. Just. Every rainy evening. Same cafe. Same table. Same two people. Sitting together. Like they had always been doing it. The cafe had a rhythm of its own. The old man at the counter, who never smiled but always remembered their order. The jazz that played from a small speaker near the door. Always the same playlist. Always starting with the same slow piano song. The candle on their table. Small. White. Always slightly uneven. Like it had been burning for years. Ian used to watch that candle sometimes. The way the flame moved. Never still. Always adjusting. Like it was listening. And the rain. Always the rain. Outside the window. Faithful. Consistent. There every time. Like the third person at their table. Their conversations were never planned. They just grew. From wherever they had left off. Like a sentence continuing. After a long pause. Some evenings they talked a lot. About small things mostly. The kind of things people don't usually talk about. Do you think rain has a smell? Or do we just imagine it? Lena asked once. Ian had actually thought about it. For a long time. Before answering. I think it has a real smell. He said. But we feel it more than we smell it. Like some things are felt. More than they are understood. She had looked at him then. Really looked. That's the most honest thing anyone has ever said to me. She said. He didn't know what to do with that. So he just looked at his coffee. And tried not to smile too much. Other evenings they were quieter. Lena would take out her diary. Small. Dark blue cover. Pages slightly worn at the edges. She wrote slowly. deliberately, like every word was chosen carefully. Ian never asked what she was writing. He didn't need to know. He just watched her. The way her pen moved. The way she paused sometimes. Mid-sentence. Looking out at the rain. Thinking. Then writing again. Like the rain was telling her something. And she was writing it down. Before it disappeared. He thought about asking her once. What do you write about? But the moment felt too full already. Too complete. Too perfect to disturb. So he just watched. And felt grateful. For the kind of silence. That doesn't need to be filled. There was one evening. He remembered more than the others. The rain had been heavier than usual that night. Almost loud. Hitting the window in waves. The cafe was quieter than usual. Fewer people. Dimmer lights. The candle between them flickering more than normal. Lena had closed her diary. And was just sitting there. Both hands around her chai. Eyes far away. Are you okay? Ian asked. She came back slowly. Like returning from somewhere deep. I was just thinking. She said. About? She looked at the window. About how strange it is. That two people can sit in the same rain. And feel completely different things. And somehow. Still understand each other. Ian didn't say anything for a moment. He just looked at her. At the candlelight on her face. At the rain behind her. And he thought. I understand you. He didn't say it out loud. Not that evening. But she seemed to know anyway. The way she always seemed to know things. Before they were spoken. She smiled. Soft. Private. Just for herself. And went back to watching the rain. Those evenings became the thing. Ian looked forward to most. Not grand events. Not celebrations. Not anything anyone would call exciting. Just rain. Just cafe. Just her. Her hands around a chai cup. Her pen moving across diary pages. Her eyes finding the rain. Like an old friend. Her laugh. When it came. Always unexpected. Always warm. Always landing somewhere in his chest. And staying there. He started noticing small things about her. The way she always sat slightly turned toward the window. Like she wanted to be ready. In case the rain did something interesting. The way she held her pen. Not like most people. Lower. Closer to the tip. Like she wanted to feel every word. The way she said his name. Ian. Just two syllables. But somehow, in her voice, it sounded like something else entirely. Like something that had always belonged there. He never told her any of this. These were his quiet observations. His private collection. Things he kept inside. Like pages in a diary. That no one else would read. Weeks passed like this. Rain by rain. Evening by evening. Cup by cup. The old man at the counter stopped asking for their order. He just made it when he saw them walk in. The jazz kept playing. The candle kept burning. The rain kept falling. And somewhere inside Ian, very quietly, something was changing. He wasn't just looking forward to the cafe anymore. He was looking forward to her. Specifically, only her. The way the evening felt different. When she was already there when he arrived. The way the chair across from him felt wrong on the evenings she was late. The way the rain outside somehow sounded better when she was listening to it too. He didn't have a word for it yet. He didn't rush to find one. He just sat with it. The way she sat with the rain. Quietly. Patiently. Without needing to name it immediately. Because some things are felt more than they are understood. He had said that to her once. And now he was living it. One evening, as they were leaving, she stopped at the door. Rain outside. Heavy again. Neither of them had an umbrella. She looked at him. Then at the rain. Then back at him. Race you to the corner, she said. He laughed. Surprised. Real. You want to run in the rain. I want to stop being afraid of getting a little wet, she said. And before he could respond, she was already outside. Running. Laughing. Completely soaked within seconds. He stood at the door for one more moment. Watching her. Rain falling between them. And then he ran too. They ran to the corner. Laughing. Both completely wet. Both completely out of breath. She stopped at the corner. Turned to him. Hair wet. Rain on her face. Laughing so hard she could barely stand. And in that moment, Ian knew. He didn't need a word for it anymore. He just knew. There is something about walking at midnight that changes everything. The world looks different at that hour. Quieter. Slower. Like the city itself has finally exhaled. No rush. No noise. No one trying to be anywhere. Just empty streets. Wet pavements. Lamp posts glowing softly in the leftover rain. And if you are lucky, someone walking beside you. Ian was lucky. It started the night they ran from the cafe. They had made it to the corner, laughing, completely soaked, completely out of breath. And instead of saying goodnight, instead of going their separate ways, they just kept walking. No decision made. No words exchanged about it. Just two people who weren't ready for the evening to end. Walking slowly in the same direction. The rain had softened by then, from heavy to something gentler, almost like mist. Like the sky was breathing softly. Ian had one small umbrella, barely big enough for one person. He held it between them anyway, which meant walking close, very close, their arms almost touching, his shoulder near hers, the umbrella catching most of the rain, but not all of it, the edges of their sleeves still getting wet, their shoes finding every puddle. Neither of them mentioned it. The streets were empty that night. Beautifully empty. Like the whole city had been cleared. Just for them. Shops closed and dark. Traffic lights changing. For no one. Green. Yellow. Red. Green again. Just performing their duty. Faithfully. Even with no audience. Ian watched one as they passed. Traffic lights are loyal, he said. Lena looked at the light, then at him. Everything that doesn't expect anything back is loyal, she said. He didn't respond. He just walked, thinking about that. The way her words always did that. Arrived simply, then stayed, long after she had moved on. There were puddles everywhere that night. Large ones, shallow ones, the kind that looked deep, but were just reflecting the sky. Lena stopped at one. A large puddle near an old building. Perfectly still. She looked down at it. The reflection of the street lamp, glowing in the water. Perfectly clear. Almost more real than the lamp itself. Do you think reflections know? They are reflections, she asked. Ian looked down at the puddle. The lamp. The dark sky. Two small figures standing at the edge. I think they just exist, he said, without questioning it. She looked at their reflection. Two small versions of them, standing very close, Umbrella above. Rain around. I like that, she said quietly. They stood there for a moment longer, looking down at themselves. In the water. Two people. Reflected in a puddle. On an empty street. At midnight. Neither of them moving. Neither of them speaking. Just existing. Without questioning it. They walked for a long time that night. Through streets that had no destination. Past buildings that had gone to sleep. Under lamp posts that watched them pass. One by one. Lena talked when she wanted to. And went quiet when she didn't. And Ian had learned by now that both were gifts. Her words and her silences both told him things. Both made him feel something he couldn't quite put into words. She looked up at the sky once. Between buildings. A small patch of sky visible. Dark and deep. No stars visible through the clouds. Just darkness. And the faint glow of the city beneath. I used to be able to see stars from my window when I was little, she said. Her voice had changed slightly. Softer. Further away. Where did you grow up? Ian asked. A small town. Very quiet. Very dark at night. You could see everything up there, she said. She kept walking. But her eyes stayed on the sky. There was one star I used to look for every night. I don't even know what it was called. But it was always there. In the same spot. Every single night. She paused. I found it comforting. Something being exactly where I expected it. Without fail. Ian listened. He always listened when she talked like this. Carefully. Completely. The way you listen to something, you know you will want to remember. Do you still look for it? He asked. She smiled. A little sad. A little warm. Hard to find stars. Above a city. She said. They both looked up. At the patch of cloudy dark sky. Between the buildings. Nothing visible. Just clouds. Just city glow. Maybe the city is just too bright for them, Ian said. She looked at him. Or maybe they are still there. Just harder to see. Doesn't mean they disappeared. He held the umbrella a little steadier. And they kept walking. There was a moment. Near the old bridge. A small bridge over a narrow canal. Stone railing. Lamp post at each end. Water below moving slowly. They stopped in the middle, looking down at the dark water. The reflections again. Lamp posts. Bridge railing. Two figures. The rain had stopped completely by then. Just the sound of water below, and the city breathing around them, and the distant sound of a car somewhere far away. Lena rested her arms on the railing, looking down. Ian stood beside her. The umbrella closed now. "I like nights like this," she said. "Which kind?" he asked. "The kind where nothing happens, and everything feels like something anyway." Ian looked at the water, at her reflection beside his. "Yeah," he said. "Just that. Just yeah. Because sometimes one word is exactly enough." They walked back eventually. Slowly. The way you walk when you don't want to arrive anywhere. At the point where their paths separated, they stopped. She turned to face him, hair still slightly damp, jacket still holding the memory of rain. "Same time next rainy evening," she said. "Same time," he said. She nodded. That small nod she always did. Once. Certain. And walked away. He watched her go. The way he always did. Until she turned the corner. Until she disappeared. And then he stood there, alone on the empty street. Wet shoes, damp jacket, closed umbrella in his hand. And he felt something he hadn't felt in years. Not happiness exactly. Not excitement. Something quieter than both. Something more lasting. Like standing under a sky full of stars you can't see, but knowing they are there anyway, exactly where they should be. Without fail. There are conversations that don't feel like conversations. They feel like something else. Something harder to name. Like two people slowly opening doors they have kept closed for a very long time. Not because they were hiding. Not because they were afraid. But because no one had ever made them feel safe enough to open them. That night at the lake, Ian and Lena opened those doors. It wasn't planned. It never was with them. They had walked further than usual that evening. Past the cafe. Past the bridge. Past the familiar streets. Following no map. Following no plan. Just walking. Until the city noise faded. And something quieter took its place. The lake appeared slowly. through trees, through a gap in old iron railings. A large dark mirror, sitting still in the middle of the night. Lena stopped when she saw it. She didn't say anything. She just stood there, looking. "Come on," she said finally. They found a flat stone near the edge, large enough for two, cool and slightly damp. They sat down, close, shoulders almost touching. The lake in front of them, the city somewhere behind, and above. For the first time in weeks, the clouds had cleared. A full moon, perfectly round, perfectly still, reflected in the lake below. So clearly, it looked like there were two moons, one above, one below. Ian looked at both for a long time. "Which one is real?" he said. Lena looked at the reflection, then at the sky. "Both feel real," she said. "That's not an answer," he said. "I know," she said, and smiled. They sat in silence for a while. The good kind of silence. The kind that doesn't need filling. The kind that holds you, instead of leaving you empty. An owl somewhere in the trees. Water moving softly at the edge of the lake. The distant hum of the city, growing smaller by the minute. "Were you a lonely child?" Lena asked. The question came quietly, without warning, but without sharpness either. Just honest. The way she always was. Ian thought about it. Really thought. "I don't know if I was lonely," he said slowly. "I just always felt like I was waiting for something, and I didn't know what." She nodded. Not surprised. Not pitying. Just receiving it. "Me too," she said. "What were you waiting for?" he asked. She looked at the moon in the water. "I think I was waiting to feel understood. Not explained. Not fixed. Just understood." The water moved slightly. The reflection rippled, then settled again. "Did you find it?" he asked. She looked at him. Just briefly. Then back at the lake. "I'm still looking," she said. But her voice was soft when she said it. Not sad. Like someone who had learned to be patient with the search. "What were you afraid of as a child?" Ian asked. After a while, she smiled at the question. "Disappearing," she said. "Disappearing how?" She thought about it. "Not dying. just being forgotten, existing, but not leaving any mark, like writing in water. She looked at the lake, at the moon reflected in it, like that reflection. It's there. You can see it. But the moment something disturbs the water, it's gone. And the water doesn't even remember it. Ian was quiet. He looked at the reflection. The perfect circle of light, sitting on the surface of dark water. But the moon is still there. He said quietly, even if the reflection disappears, the real thing stays. She looked at him again. Longer this time. Something moved across her face. Something he couldn't quite name. That's a kind thing to say, she said. Her voice was different. Softer. More open. Like a door. Just slightly more ajar than before. What do you dream about? She asked. A little later. At night? He said. No. In general. What do you want? When no one is watching. When you don't have to perform. What do you actually want? The question landed differently. Not like small talk. Not like getting to know someone. Like she was asking him to reach into the honest part of himself and bring something back. He took a breath. I want a quiet life, he said. Not boring quiet, but the kind of quiet where everything that matters is close, and nothing that doesn't matter takes up space. He paused. I want to sit somewhere at the end of the day and feel like it was enough. That I was enough. The lake was completely still now. Not even the owl. Not even the city hum. Just silence. And moonlight. And the two of them. Lena pulled her jacket tighter. I dream about writing something that someone reads at 3 in the morning when they can't sleep, and they feel less alone because of it. She said it simply, like it wasn't a big thing, but Ian felt the weight of it. You will, he said. You don't know that, she said. No, he said. But I believe it. She looked at him. And for a moment, the distance between them felt very small. What if someday we disappear? She said. The question came from nowhere. And everywhere. What do you mean? He asked. She was quiet for a moment. People disappear. Not always dramatically. Sometimes slowly. They drift. They get busy. They forget to call. And one day you realize you can't remember the last time you really talked. Ian felt something tighten in his chest. He didn't want to think about that. Not tonight. Not here. Not with the moon above them, and its reflection below, and everything feeling exactly right. Then we don't disappear, he said. She looked at him. It's not always a choice, she said. Then we make it one, he said. She looked at him for a long time. The moonlight between them, the lake in front, the whole quiet night around them. And then she did something she had never done before. She leaned her head, very slowly, very gently, against his shoulder. Just rested it there, not saying anything, not explaining anything, just there. Ian didn't move, didn't speak. He just stayed exactly where he was, and looked at the moon, reflected in the dark water. Both moons, the real one above, the quiet one below, both still, both faithful, both exactly where they should be. They sat there for a long time, until the night grew colder, until the moon moved slightly in the sky, until the reflection shifted with it. Patient, following, always there. When they finally stood to leave, neither of them said much. They walked back slowly, the city growing louder again, the familiar streets returning. But something had changed. Not dramatically, not loudly, just quietly. The way the most important things always change. Like a door that had been gently opened and could never quite go back to being fully closed. There is a kind of happiness that doesn't announce itself. It doesn't arrive with noise. It doesn't arrive with celebration. It just settles quietly, gently, like snow, like the first snow of winter that falls while you are sleeping, and when you wake up, the whole world looks softer. That is how that winter felt for Ian. Like waking up to find everything unexpectedly soft. The season had changed slowly, the way seasons always do, without asking permission, without announcing themselves. One evening the rain turned colder. The cafe windows fogged earlier. Their jackets grew thicker. And then one night, walking back from somewhere, Lena stopped, looked up at the sky. Snow, she said. Just that one word. Soft. Like the thing itself. Ian looked up. Small white flakes. Falling slowly. Through the lamp post light. Not heavy. Not a storm. Just the first gentle suggestion that winter had arrived. Lena held out her hand. Palm up. Catching flakes. One landed. And disappeared. She smiled at it anyway. Winter is here, she said. And Ian felt something. He couldn't quite name it. Just warmth. In a cold season. Standing on a cold street. Looking at her. The winter brought them inside. Away from the cafe. Away from the lake. Away from the midnight streets. And into something even quieter. His apartment. She came the first time. Because the rain outside was too heavy. And the cafe had closed early. Just for chai. She said. Just for chai. He said. She looked around his apartment. Slowly. Carefully. The way she looked at everything. Like she was reading it. The books on the shelf. The small plant near the window. The lamp in the corner. The old rug on the floor. It feels like you. She said. Is that good? He asked. She turned and looked at him. Yes. She said. Simple. Certain. No explanation needed. They made chai together that first night. His small kitchen. 2 cups. The sound of rain outside. She found the tea without asking. He found her a spoon without being asked. Like they had done this before. In some other life. In some other kitchen. They carried the cups to the sitting room. And sat on the floor. Backs against the sofa. Legs stretched out. The lamp in the corner. Warm yellow. Filling the room with gentle light. Outside. Rain against the window. Then sleet. Then the faintest suggestion of snow. Inside. Warm. Still. Safe. That became their new thing. Winter evenings in his apartment. She would arrive. Always with her dark blue diary. Always with her book. He would make chai for her. Coffee for himself. Every time. They would settle into the sitting room. She on the floor near the window. He on the sofa. Close enough to talk. Far enough for each to have their own space. And the evening would simply unfold. The fireplace in his apartment was old. Small, slightly inefficient. It heated mostly one corner of the room, and made a soft crackling sound. That was more comfort than warmth. Lena loved it. "This is the best thing about your apartment," she said the first time she saw it lit. "The fireplace?" he said, slightly offended. "The fireplace," she confirmed, completely serious. He laughed. She laughed too. And from that evening, he made sure the fireplace was always lit. When she came, there was a particular kind of quiet in those winter evenings, a quality of silence that Ian had never experienced before. Not empty silence, not uncomfortable silence, full silence, the kind where two people are each doing their own thing, and somehow that itself feels like connection. Lena would read. She read the way she did everything. Completely. Fully. Present. Her book open in her lap. One leg folded beneath her. Chai cup within reach. Sometimes she would make a small sound, reading something that surprised her or moved her. A soft exhale, a quiet laugh, a small Ian loved those sounds. He would be reading too, or pretending to. Most of the time, he was just watching her. Not in a strange way. Not intensely. Just the way you watch. Something that makes you feel calm. The way you watch a candle, or falling rain, or the fireplace. Just letting the sight of her settle something inside. Some evenings she would read out loud. Just a line. Something she had found. Something she couldn't keep to herself. "Listen to this," she would say. And he would put down whatever he was doing and listen. She read beautifully. Not in a performed way. Just naturally. The way she talked. Finding the pauses on her own. Letting the words breathe. He would listen. And then they would sit with the words for a moment. Not analyzing. Not discussing. Just letting them sit. Like music. There was one evening he remembered most. Deep winter now. Outside. Snow falling properly. Thick and quiet. The streets below completely white. Muffled. Like the whole city had been wrapped in something soft. Inside. The fireplace going. 2 blankets. Hot chocolate this time instead of chai. She had discovered his old record player. In the corner. under a cloth. Does this work? She asked. I think so. He said. You think so? She said. He found an old record, wiped the dust off, put it on carefully. The needle found its place, and slowly, a piano piece began. Old recording, slightly warm sound, the kind that feels like it has lived somewhere for a long time. Lena looked up when she heard it, her eyes soft, something moving through them. Where did you find this? She said. My mother left it here years ago, he said. She listened for a moment. It's perfect, she said, and went back to her book. The piano played softly. The fireplace crackled. The snow fell outside. Silently, she read. He watched her read. The hot chocolate in their cups. Warm. Getting slowly cooler. The lamp in the corner. Always faithful. Ian sat very still. He didn't want to move. He didn't want to say anything. He didn't want to disturb a single thing about this moment, because he understood something. Sitting there. This was it. This quiet. This warmth. This person across from him, reading her book, in the firelight, with old piano music filling the room, and snow falling outside, and hot chocolate going cold. This was the quiet life he had wanted, the one he had described, at the lake, under the moonlight. Everything that matters close. Nothing that doesn't matter taking up space. He looked at her. At the firelight on her face. At the way her eyes moved across the page. At the small smile. When she found something beautiful. And he thought. Very quietly, very carefully, I don't want this to end. Not tonight. Not ever. She looked up at him then, as if she had heard him. She hadn't. She couldn't have. But she looked up, and found him already looking. And she didn't look away. And neither did he. Just two people. Looking at each other. Across a warm room. While snow fell outside. And old piano music played. And the fireplace crackled softly. And everything was exactly as it should be. She smiled. Small. Warm. Like the room itself. And went back to her book. And he stayed exactly where he was. Not moving. Not speaking. Just being there. In that warmth, in that quiet, in that winter evening, that felt like the closest thing to perfect he had ever known. Let your body sink now. Feel the warmth around you, like a blanket, like firelight, like the feeling of being somewhere safe. Let your breathing slow, in and out, in and out. You are safe here. You are warm here. There is nowhere you need to be. Nothing you need to do. Nothing you need to think about. Just this warmth. Just this quiet. Just this moment. Like snow falling outside a window. Soft. Slow. Covering everything in something gentle. Let your eyes close now. Let the piano play softly. Let the fireplace crackle. Let the snow fall outside. And let yourself rest. Nobody tells you how quietly things end. You always imagine a moment, a conversation, a door closing, a clear line between before and after. But most of the time, it isn't like that. Most of the time, things just shift. Slowly. So slowly. You almost don't notice. Until one day, you look up and realize something has changed, and you cannot remember exactly when. It started with small things, the way small things always start. A message that took longer to reply to. An evening that got cancelled. A laugh that arrived just a little later than it used to. Nothing dramatic. Nothing you could point to and say, there. That was the moment. Just small things. The first time Ian noticed, he told himself he was imagining it. They were sitting in the cafe. Their cafe. Same table. Same window. Same rain outside. But something felt different. Lena was there. Right there. Across from him. But somehow, she felt further away. Not physically. Just somewhere else. Her eyes going to the window more than usual. Her chai sitting untouched longer than usual. Her responses coming just a second slower than they used to. He asked her something. Something small. He doesn't even remember what now. She answered. She smiled. But the smile arrived before the feeling did. And Ian noticed. He noticed. Because he had memorized her real smile. The way it started in her eyes first. then reached her lips, then stayed for a moment. After the laugh was gone. This one was different. This one started at the lips. He didn't say anything. He looked back at his coffee and told himself he was imagining it. The messages changed too. Slowly, almost imperceptibly. She had always replied quickly. Not frantically. Not within seconds. But soon. The way you reply to someone when seeing their name on your screen makes you want to respond. And then one day, he sent a message at noon and waited. An hour passed. 2 hours. 3. He put his phone face down, picked it up, put it face down again. She replied in the evening. Sorry. Long day. Just that. Nothing more. He stared at the message. Not because it was unkind. It wasn't. Not because it was cold. It wasn't that either. But because it was complete. No question at the end. No invitation to continue. Just a door. Gently but clearly. Closed. He typed something. Then deleted it. Typed something else. Deleted that too. Finally wrote. It's okay. Rest well. And put his phone down. And sat very still. For a long time. The evenings changed too. She still came. He told himself that. She still came. But the quality of her presence had shifted. Before, when she was in the room, she was fully in the room. Now, she was there, but also somewhere else. Like reading a book, with your eyes on the page, but your mind somewhere far away. He would say something. She would look up, smile, reply. But there was a gap now. A small gap between his words and her receiving them, like a signal, traveling a slightly longer distance than before. One evening, he made dinner. Simple things. Rice. Dal. The way she liked it. With extra jeera. He remembered that. She sat at the table. They ate. He talked about something. Something that had made him laugh that day. She smiled. Said something small. Went back to her food. He watched her. The way the light fell on her face. The way she held her fork. The way she was. Somewhere he couldn't follow. Are you okay? He asked. She looked up. Yes. Sorry. Just tired. Tired how? He asked. She looked at him. And for a moment, he thought she was going to say something. Something real. Something true. Something that would explain all the small distances, all the slightly slower smiles, all the messages that arrived too complete. But she just shook her head. Just tired, she said, and went back to her food. Ian looked at his plate. The dal getting cold. The jeera sitting on top. Everything exactly as she liked it. And a feeling settled in his chest. He didn't have a name for it yet. Just heavy. Just quiet. Just there. He started noticing things he hadn't noticed before. The way she sometimes stopped mid-sentence and didn't finish. Not because she forgot. He knew she hadn't forgotten. But because somewhere between starting the sentence and finishing it, she decided not to. Those unfinished sentences stayed with him more than the finished ones, more than all the beautiful things she had said. At the lake, at the cafe, on the midnight streets, the unfinished ones stayed, because they held everything she wasn't saying. One night, he picked up his phone, opened their conversation, scrolled up. He read old messages, hers from before, full ones, long ones, messages that asked questions, that continued conversations, that made him feel like she was genuinely interested in the inside of his mind. And then he looked at the recent ones. Long day. Can't make it tonight. Sorry. All good. Talk soon. He put the phone down. Screen up this time. Looking at the ceiling. And the feeling in his chest. Got a name. Not anger. Not confusion. Just missing. Missing her. While she was still there. That specific kind of missing. The kind that is somehow worse than ordinary missing. Because there is no absence to point to. No clear reason. No moment you can say, this is when it changed. Just a person. Still present. But somehow already somewhere else. He didn't confront her. He wouldn't have known what to say. You seem further away. Your smiles arrive before the feeling does. Your messages feel like closed doors. How do you say these things? How do you name something that has no clear edges? So he didn't. He just waited. The way he had always waited. The way he had learned from her. To sit with things. Quietly. Patiently. Without needing to name them immediately. He waited for it to pass. For things to go back. For the real smile to return. For the messages to be full again. For her to come back. From wherever she had gone. He waited. But some things don't go back. Some things only go forward. And forward sometimes means somewhere different. Somewhere separate. Somewhere further. He didn't know that yet. Not then. Not that winter. He still thought it was tiredness. Work pressure. A difficult phase. He still thought. He just needed to be patient. To be steady. To be there. He still thought. It would pass. And some nights. It almost seemed like it would. She would laugh at something. Really laugh. The real one. Starting in the eyes. And his chest would lighten. And he would think. There she is. There she is. And for a moment, everything would feel normal again. Warm again. Right again. But the moment always passed. And the quiet would return. And the distance would settle back. Like fog. Familiar now. Heavy now. There was one evening. Near the end of that winter. She was sitting by his window. The usual spot. The usual lamp on. But no book tonight. No diary. No chai on the table. Just her. Looking out. He sat nearby. Not too close. Giving her space. The way you give space to something you are afraid of disturbing. Outside. The last of the winter snow. Melting now. Slow drips from the window ledge. Small rivers on the glass. Spring is coming, she said. Quietly. To herself almost. Yes. He said. She watched the melting snow. Things change in spring. She said. He looked at her. At her face in the lamplight. At her eyes on the window. And something in those words sat in his chest. Not what she said, but how she said it. Like a statement. Like something already decided. Like a door. Not closing, but already closed. What kind of things? He asked. She didn't answer immediately. Just watched the snow melt. Just watched the small rivers on the glass. Just things. she said finally. And he didn't push. He just sat there, in the lamplight, listening to the snow melt, feeling the winter end, and trying very hard not to understand what he already understood. There are moments in life that you know, even while they are happening, that you will carry them forever. Not because they are happy, not because they are beautiful, but because they are true, completely, painfully, unforgettably true. That night at the train station was one of those moments. For Ian, it was the night. Everything became real. It had started like any other evening. She had called in the afternoon. "Can we meet tonight?" she said. Something in her voice. He noticed it immediately. Not sadness exactly. Not nervousness. Just a certain kind of quiet. The kind that comes when someone has already made a decision and is now just finding the words. "Of course," he said. "The cafe?" he asked. A small pause. "Can we walk instead?" she said. He understood then. Something in him understood. Even if he didn't admit it. Even if he spent the next 3 hours telling himself he was wrong. He understood. She arrived at his door at 8. Dark jacket. Hair slightly damp from the rain outside. Her dark blue diary under her arm. She looked at him when he opened the door. And she smiled. The real one. Starting in the eyes. Reaching the lips. And somehow, that was the hardest thing. That she smiled like that. Right then. At that moment. "Ready?" she said. "Ready," he said. They walked without direction first. The way they always have. Through familiar streets. Past the cafe. He looked at it as they passed. The light inside. The fogged windows. The old man at the counter. All of it still there. All of it the same. The rain was soft tonight. Not heavy. Not dramatic. Just present. Faithful. The way it always was. He had one umbrella. He held it between them. The way he always did. Their arms close. Her shoulder near his. They didn't talk much at first. Just walked. Just breathed. Just let the rain fill the silence. He didn't ask where they were going. He already knew. The train station was 20 minutes away. They arrived in 15. The station was quiet at that hour. A few people. A few bags. A few destinations. Yellow light inside. Rain on the roof. The distant sound of a train. Somewhere further down the tracks. Lena stopped just inside the entrance. She turned to face him. And Ian looked at her. Really looked. At her face in the station light. At the rain in her hair. At the diary still under her arm. At the way she was standing. Like someone who had prepared for this. Like someone who had rehearsed it. And was now discovering that no amount of preparation makes it easier. Ian. She said. Just his name. 2 syllables. Her voice. Tell me. He said. Quietly. Steadily. She looked at him. I got into a writing program. She said. In Edinburgh. It's a 2-year program. I applied a long time ago. I didn't think I'd get in. She stopped. But you did. He said. But I did. She said. The distant train sound again. Closer now. When? He asked. 3 weeks. She said. He nodded. Slowly. 3 weeks. He repeated. Not as a question. Not with anger. Just. Holding the words. Feeling their weight. She watched him. I wanted to tell you sooner. I didn't know how. She said. You don't have to explain. He said. Ian. This is what you dreamed about. He said. His voice was steady. Careful. The way you carry something fragile. Writing something that someone reads at 3 in the morning. When they can't sleep. And they feel less alone. He remembered every word. She looked at him. Her eyes full. Not spilling. Just full. You remember. She said. I remember everything. He said. They stood there for a moment. In the middle of the station. People moving around them. Bags and destinations and departures. All of it moving. The 2 of them still. Come with me. She said. Softly. Not as a plan. Not as a solution. Just as a feeling. Just as a wish. He looked at her. You know I can't. He said. She nodded. She already knew. She had known when she said it. Some things you say. Not because you expect an answer. But because you need the other person to know. That you wanted them there. They walked slowly to the platform. together, side by side, the umbrella still between them. Even inside the station, neither of them mentioned it. Platform 3. The Edinburgh train, departing at 10:15. 11 minutes. They sat on a bench near the edge of the platform. Closer than they needed to. The train tracks wet and shining. The rain still audible on the station roof. The announcement board changing. Silently. "I'm going to miss this city," she said. "What will you miss most?" he asked. She thought about it. The cafe. The rain here. The lake. She said. She paused. "You," she said. Just that. Just one word. Quiet. Certain. He looked at the train tracks. At the shining wet metal. Going somewhere. Coming from somewhere. "I'll miss you too," he said. His voice steady. Somehow. Still steady. She opened her diary. He watched her. The familiar movement. Pen from somewhere. Page turning. She wrote something. One page. Slowly. Deliberately. Then she closed it. And held it out to him. "Don't read it tonight," she said. He took it. Held it. "When?" he asked. "When you need to," she said. The announcement came. Edinburgh train. Platform 3. Now boarding. People around them beginning to move. Bags lifted. Tickets checked. She stood first. He stood with her. They faced each other. On that platform. In that station. In that rain. And he looked at her. One more time. The way you look at something. You are trying to memorize. Her eyes. Her face in the yellow station light. Her dark jacket. The rain still in her hair. She reached out. Slowly. Gently. And took his hand. Both her hands around his one. Warm. Steady. Real. She held it for a moment. Not saying anything. Not needing to. Just holding. And then she looked up at him. And smiled. The real one. Starting in the eyes. Reaching the lips. Staying for a moment. After it should have gone. The most complete smile he had ever seen on her face. "Take care of yourself, Ian," she said. "You too, Lena," he said. His voice was almost steady. Almost. She squeezed his hand once. Gently. Firmly. And let go. He watched her walk away. The way he always had. The way he had done. Since that first night. Outside the cafe. Her back to him now. Moving through the crowd. Her bag on her shoulder. Her dark jacket. She didn't look back. He had thought she might. Some part of him had waited for it. But she didn't. And somehow, he understood that too. Some people know that looking back makes leaving harder. And she had never been afraid of the hard thing. She had just always found a quiet way through it. The train doors closed. A sound like a breath. Like a sigh. Like something ending. The announcement again. Departure. Platform 3. Edinburgh. The train began to move. Slowly first. Then gathering. Then faster. He watched it go. Until the last carriage disappeared. Around the bend. Into the rain. Into the dark. Until the tracks were empty. Just wet metal. Just rain. Just the platform. And him. Standing there. Alone. Diary in his hand. Umbrella at his side. The station continued around him. People arriving. People departing. Announcements changing. Life moving. All of it moving. Only him. Still. He looked down at the diary in his hand. Dark blue cover. Pages worn at the edges. Don't read it tonight. He held it carefully. The way you hold something. That is the last of something. Then he walked out of the station. Back into the rain. Alone now. Umbrella open above him. One person underneath. The rain falling. On him. On the empty space beside him. On the whole city. Faithful. Consistent. There as always. He walked slowly. No direction. No destination. Just walking. The way he had walked. Before any of this. Before the cafe. Before the rain conversations. Before the lake. Before the winter evenings. Before the fireplace. Before the piano record. Before all of it. Walking alone. Through the rain. In this city. But not quite the same person. Not the person who had walked into that cafe 3 years ago. Looking for somewhere warm enough to stop. He was different now. Quietly. Permanently. in the way that only certain people can make you different. He walked home, up 4 flights of stairs. Corner room. The lamp in the corner still on, the way he had left it. He sat down on the bed, diary in his lap, rain on the window, the clock ticking. He looked at it for a long time. The dark blue cover, her handwriting on the inside front page probably, her words inside, waiting. Don't read it tonight. He placed it on the table beside him, gently, carefully, and looked at the window. Rain, still falling, always falling. And he sat there, in the quiet, in the lamplight, in the rain, holding the feeling, the way she had taught him, to sit with things, quietly, patiently, without rushing to name them, just sitting, just breathing, just being there, in the room that still held her, in the city that still knew her, in the night that was still going on, without her. And just like that, we are back. Back to tonight. Back to this quiet apartment. This dim lamp. This rain on the window. This ticking clock. Back to Ian. Sitting exactly where we left him. At the beginning of this story. Bed against the wall. Knees pulled slightly toward his chest. Eyes on the window. Cold coffee on the table. Untouched. The memories have settled now. Like rain after a storm. Like dust after a long journey. They have moved through him. And found their places. The cafe, the lake, the midnight walks, the winter evenings, the train station, all of it still inside him, all of it still real, all of it still hers. He looks around the apartment now, really looks. The way you look at a place, after someone has been in it, and left. It is the same apartment, same walls, same lamp, same window, but it holds things now, things that weren't there before, small things, quiet things, things that only he would notice. The coffee mug on the shelf, not his, hers, the one she always used, a simple white mug, slightly larger than his. She had brought it one evening, early in the winter. Your mugs are too small, she had said. Matter of fact, completely serious. And she had placed it on the shelf, next to his, like it belonged there, like she was sure it belonged there. He hadn't moved it. Not when she left. Not in the weeks after. It just sits there. On the shelf. White. Simple. Empty. He looks at it now. And something in his chest moves. Not pain exactly. Not sadness exactly. Just recognition. You were here. The scarf. He had found it the morning after she left. On the hook by the door. Where she always put her things. Dark green. Soft. Slightly worn at the ends. The kind of scarf that gets softer the more it is worn. He had stood there that morning, looking at it. For a long time. He had thought about sending it to her. He had thought about keeping it. He had thought about a lot of things. In the end, he had folded it carefully and placed it on the chair by the window. Her chair. The one she always sat in. When she read. When she wrote in her diary. When she watched the rain. It is still there. Folded. Dark green. On the arm of the chair. Still soft. Still hers. He looks at it now. And he can almost smell it. That specific smell. Chai and something lighter. Something he never found a name for. Just her smell. Just hers. The playlist. He hadn't meant to play it tonight. He had just opened his phone. Just to have something. Just to fill the quiet a little. And his thumb had found it. Without him deciding. Their playlist. The one that had grown over 3 years. Song by song. Evening by evening. Starting with the old songs his mother used to play. And slowly becoming more. Her piano pieces. His slow ones. And then songs that belonged to neither of them specifically, but to the space between them. It is playing now. Softly. From his phone on the table. Just piano first. Then a slow guitar. Then something with no words at all. Just sound. Just feeling. He listens. Eyes closed. Head back against the wall. And the music does what music always does. It finds the things that words cannot reach. The specific weight of her absence. The specific shape of the empty space beside him. The specific quiet of a room that used to hold 2 people and now holds one. The couch. He can see it from where he is sitting. The left cushion slightly more worn, slightly more compressed than the right one. She always sat on the left. Without thinking. Without discussing. just always the left. He always sat on the right. And now the left cushion holds that. That small memory. That small proof. Someone sat here. Regularly. Comfortably. Like they belong. The blanket is there too. Folded over the back. The one she used on cold evenings. She would pull it around herself. When she read. When the fireplace wasn't quite enough. She never asked if she could. She just took it. And pulled it around herself. Like it was already hers. He had never minded. He had loved it. That easy comfort. That quiet claiming of space. That way she had. Of being in a place. Like she had always been there. The lamp. She had changed the bulb once. His old one had been too bright. She had said so. Politely. But clearly. It's a little harsh. She had said. For evenings. For reading. For this kind of light. He hadn't known there were kinds of light. Until then. She had brought a warmer bulb. The next evening. Without making a fuss. Just replaced it. Just made it better. And the lamp has glowed differently since. Warmer. Softer. More like evening. More like her. He looks at it now. That warm yellow glow. Her choice. Still here. Still making the room softer. Long after she has gone. He closes his eyes. And lets the music play. And the rain continue. And the apartment be what it is. A place that holds her. Even in her absence. Every object a small story. Every corner a small memory. The mug on the shelf. The scarf on the chair. The worn left cushion. The warm bulb in the lamp. She had touched all of it. And left marks. The kind you can't see. But feel. He thinks about the diary. Still on the table beside him. Dark blue cover. Waiting. He reaches out. Touches the cover. Doesn't open it. Not yet. When you need to. She had said. He isn't sure he needs to yet. He isn't sure he is ready. There is something comforting. About words waiting. About knowing they are there. When he is. He pulls his hand back. Looks at the window again. Rain. Always rain. Tonight. He thinks about what she said. Long ago. At that small cafe. That first rainy evening. Rainy nights are not sad, Ian. They are just honest. He understands that now. more than ever. Because tonight, this rain is being very honest. It is telling him that he misses her. It is telling him that the room feels different. It is telling him that empty spaces have their own kind of weight. And it is telling him that all of this, the missing, the quiet, the cold coffee, the scarf on the chair, the worn left cushion, the warm lamp bulb, all of it is evidence that something real was here. That someone real was here. And not everyone gets that. Not everyone gets 3 years of rainy cafe evenings, of midnight walks, of late conversations, of winter silence. Not everyone gets to know what it feels like when someone makes the ordinary feel like something worth remembering. He got that. The music shifts. A new song. Slower. Just piano again. The same piano style as the record. The one his mother left. The one Lena had found. He remembers her face when she heard it. It's perfect. He lets the piano play. And he breathes. In. And out. In. And out. The rain on the window. The clock on the wall. The lamp in the corner. The music from the phone. All of it together. All of it his. The apartment is quiet. But it is not empty. Not really. It is full of her. In all the small ways. In all the quiet ways. In all the ways that don't need words. He leans his head back against the wall. The way he was sitting when this night began. And he lets himself just be here. In this room. With this rain. With these memories. With this quiet that holds her. He doesn't fight it. He doesn't try to make it smaller. He doesn't try to make it bigger. He just lets it be. Exactly what it is. Missing her. Quietly. Honestly. Without performance. The way she would have wanted. The way she had taught him. Without meaning to. To sit with things. Without rushing them. Without naming them before they are ready. Just sitting. Just breathing. Just being honest with the night. The music slows. The piano notes getting further apart. More space between each one. Like the music itself is getting sleepy. Like it has said what it needed to say. And is now just resting. He feels it too. That heaviness. That beautiful heaviness. That comes after feeling something fully. Not the heaviness of sadness. Not the weight of grief. The heaviness of being completely present. In a moment. In a feeling. In a night. The kind of heaviness that leads somewhere soft. The rain is still falling. Outside his window. On the city. On the cafe where they met. On the lake where they talked. On the streets where they walked. On the station where she left. On all the places that hold them. Faithful. Consistent. Always there. He closes his eyes. And for the first time tonight, he doesn't fight the tiredness. He just lets it come. Like rain. Soft. Slow. Covering everything. In something gentle. And in the space between waking and sleeping, he hears something. Not a voice. Not her voice. Just a feeling. Warm. Quiet. Like she is somewhere. Writing something. At a desk. Near a window. In Edinburgh rain. In a room that smells like old books. Writing something that someone will read at 3 in the morning. When they cannot sleep. And they will feel less alone. And he smiles. Small. Private. Just for himself. In the dark. In the quiet. In the rain. You will. He had told her. I believe it. And he still does. Let your body sink now. Whatever you are carrying tonight, you can set it down. Just for now. Just for this moment. Just for this rain. You don't have to figure anything out. You don't have to resolve anything. You don't have to be anywhere. Or anyone. Other than exactly who you are. Right here. Right now. In this quiet. Let your breathing slow. In. And out. In. And out. Like rain. Like the piano. Like everything tonight. That has been asking you. To slow down. To feel. To rest. You are not alone. You never were. The people who have mattered to you, they are still with you. In small ways. In quiet ways. In the ways that don't need presence. In the ways that don't need words. In worn cushions. In warm lamp bulbs. In forgotten scarves. In playlists that grow. One evening at a time. They are still here. Let your eyes close now. Let the rain do what rain does. Let the music settle. Let the night hold you. You are safe here. You are warm here. And tomorrow, the rain will still be there. And the lamp will still glow. And the diary will still wait. But tonight, you just rest. There comes a moment in every long night when something shifts. Not dramatically, not with noise, just quietly, like a door you have been standing outside of for a long time, and you finally reach for the handle. Ian looks at the diary. It has been sitting there, on the table beside him, all night. Dark blue cover, pages worn at the edges, her handwriting on the spine, small and certain. He reaches for it, slowly, both hands, the way she used to hold her chai cup, like something worth holding carefully. He opens the cover, the first page, her handwriting immediately. He would know it anywhere. Small letters, slightly tilted, like they are leaning into the wind. She had written his name at the top. Just that. Just Ian. And beneath it, a date. 3 weeks before she left. He holds the page carefully and reads, I don't know how to start this. I have started it 4 times. Each time I delete it. But I am writing it in the diary now. So I can't delete it. So here it is. Undelete. Slightly messy. But honest. He smiles. Small. Surprised. Even now. Even in this. She was honest. He keeps reading. The first thing I want to say is, thank you. For the cafe. For not making it weird. When I stared at the rain. And you just let me. Most people would have asked what I was looking at. You just looked too. That was the first thing I noticed about you. That you knew when to look. And when to just sit. Ian sets the diary down for a moment. Looks at the window. At the rain. He remembers that evening. Exactly. Her hands around the chai cup. The single lamp swinging. The jazz in the background. Her eyes on the rain. He picks the diary back up. And keeps reading. The second thing I want to say is that you ruined black coffee for me. I tried it once. After that first night. Just to see. It was awful. How do you drink that? No sugar. No milk. Just sadness in a cup. I don't understand you. I also understand you completely. Both of these things are true. He laughs. Out loud. Alone in the apartment. In the middle of the night. A real laugh. The kind that arrives without permission. The kind that surprises you. He had not expected to laugh tonight. He reads on. I want to tell you about the lake. That night, when I leaned my head on your shoulder, I had been wanting to do that for a very long time. Weeks probably. Maybe longer. I kept telling myself it would make things complicated. But that night at the lake, with the moon and the water, and you saying what you said, about the stars still being there, even when you can't see them, I stopped caring about complicated. He reads that line again. I stopped caring about complicated. And something opens in his chest. Not painfully. Not sadly. Just opens. Like a window. Like morning. I want to tell you about the winter evenings. Your apartment. The fireplace. The record player. Those evenings were the closest I have ever felt to the word home. Not the place. The feeling. Home is not always where you are from. Sometimes it is a corner room on the 4th floor with a lamp that glows too warmly and a record player under a cloth and someone who makes coffee while you find the tea yourself because you already know where it is. That kind of home. That is what your apartment was to me. For a while, he sets the diary down again. He does not read for a moment. Just sits with that. Home. That word. In her handwriting. About his apartment. He looks around. At the lamp. At the shelf. At the chair where her scarf still sits. And he thinks, you made it home for me too. He picks up the diary again. Turns the page. There is more. I need to tell you something. About the night it rained so heavily that the cafe flooded a little near the door, and the old man at the counter put a towel down and kept serving us anyway, and we stayed until closing, talking about absolutely nothing important. I don't remember what we talked about. Isn't that strange? Hours and hours. And I can't remember a single topic. But I remember exactly how I felt. Like I had all the time in the world. Like there was nowhere else to be. Like the rain and the flood. And the towel on the floor were the most normal things. Like this was just life. Just ordinary life. And it was enough. More than enough. It was everything. Ian reads that slowly. It was everything. He remembers that night. The water near the door. The old man with the towel. Her laughing at the small flood. He hadn't known she felt that. He hadn't known she was collecting it. The way he was. All this time. Both of them. Quietly gathering the same evenings. Keeping them in different places. Him in his memory. Her in this diary. He turns the page again. The handwriting changes slightly here. Written faster. More urgent. I need to explain the distance. The last few weeks. I know you noticed. You notice everything. That is one of the things about you. You never make someone feel noticed. You just quietly see them. And somehow that is worse. In the best possible way. Because you can't pretend. You are invisible around someone like that. He pauses. Reads that again. You never make someone feel noticed. You just quietly see them. He had never thought about himself that way. He keeps reading. The distance was not about you. I want you to know that. Please know that. It was about me trying to figure out how to leave somewhere I wanted to stay. That is a very specific kind of heart. Not the kind where you want to go. The kind where you have to go. And you want to stay. And both things are true at the same time. And neither cancels the other out. I kept going quiet. Because I didn't know how to be loud. About something that complicated. So I went quiet instead. Which was probably unfair. I know. I'm sorry for that. Ian sits with this for a long time. The rain outside. The music still playing softly. The lamp in the corner. All this time he had wondered. All those evenings of watching her go quiet. Of watching the smiles arrive before the feeling. Of feeling the distance and not knowing what it meant. And here it was. Not abandonment. Not fading. Just someone trying to figure out how to leave a place they loved. He understands that. He understands her. He keeps reading. I want to tell you about your laugh. You don't laugh often. But when you do, it is the most unguarded thing about you. Like all the careful watching. And the quiet noticing. Just falls away for a second. And there is just you. Surprised by something funny. I collected every one. Like the rain collects in puddles. Not going anywhere. Just staying. He reads that again. I collected every one. like the rain collects in puddles, not going anywhere, just staying. He thinks about puddles, about the bridge, about her looking down at their reflection, about the night she talked about stars, about how she saw the world, in rain, in reflections, in the things most people walk past. He had loved that about her. The way she found meaning in small things. The way the small things were never really small to her. He turns to the last page. Her handwriting again. Slower now. More deliberate. Like she was choosing every word. The way she chose every word she ever said. Last thing. And then I will stop. Because if I don't stop, I will write forever. And you will be reading this at 90. Which actually would be fine. Read this at 90 IN. Read it whenever. That was the point. He smiles again. That same small laugh. Surprised by her. Even now. Even in this. She was still making him laugh. From Edinburgh. Through a diary. In the middle of a rainy night. He reads the last lines. I want you to know that the rainy nights are mine now. I took them. Every single one. The cafe ones. The walking ones. The apartment ones. All of it. Packed carefully. Carried with me. All the way to Edinburgh. Where it also rains. Which I chose on purpose. You can't prove that. But you know it's true. He laughs. Full. Real. Loud. Alone in his apartment. At whatever hour this is. In the rain. Laughing at her. Missing her. Loving her. All at the same time. All of it true at once. He reads the very last lines. You told me I would write something. That someone reads at 3 in the morning. When they can't sleep. And they feel less alone. I believed you. More than you know. So I started. Here. With this. With you. Because you were always the first person I wanted to tell things to. Take care of yourself. Water the plant. The small one by the window. It needs more water than you think. And I am. Thank you. For every rainy night. For every cafe evening. For the lake. For the fireplace. For quietly seeing me. When I didn't always see myself. That is not a small thing. That is everything. Yours. Lena. He closes the diary. slowly, carefully, the way she always closed her books, like they deserved a gentle ending. He holds it in his lap. For a long time, the rain outside, still falling, faithful, honest. The lamp in the corner, still glowing, warm. Her choice. The music still playing, softly. The piano notes getting further apart. And he just sits. With all of it. With the diary. With the rain. With the memories. With her words. With her laugh in his head. With her handwriting behind his eyes. And he feels something. Not sadness. Not exactly. Not happiness. Not exactly. Something in between. Something that holds both. Gratitude. Deep. Quiet. Real. Gratitude for the cafe. For the rain conversations. For the lake under moonlight. For the winter evenings. For the fireplace. For the record player. For every walk. For every cup. For every honest word she ever said. For the fact that it happened at all. He looks at the plant by the window. The small one. He had almost forgotten it was there. It needs more water than you think. He almost laughs again. She had thought about the plant. Even then. Even in that letter. She had thought about the small things. That was her. Completely. He makes a mental note. Water the plant tomorrow. He leans back. Head against the wall. Eyes on the ceiling. The rain continues. And now it sounds different. Not lonely. Not empty. Full. Full of all the evenings it witnessed. Full of all the cafe windows it ran down. Full of all the midnight walks it fell on. Full of all the winter nights it kept them inside. Full of her. He closes his eyes. And for the first time in a long time, the quiet feels like company. Not her company. Not exactly. But the company of everything they were. Everything they had. Everything they shared. Which is still here. Which doesn't leave. When people leave, the feeling stays. The warmth stays. The mark stays. Let your breathing slow now. All the way down. In. And out. In. And out. Like rain on a window. Like piano notes getting further apart. Like someone turning the page. To a blank one. Not empty. Just open. Ready for what comes next. You have carried a lot tonight. Whatever it was, whatever kept you awake, whatever name it has, you can set it down now. Not forever. You can pick it up again tomorrow. But tonight, just set it down. Let the rain be the only sound. Let the dark be gentle. Let your mind stop looking for things and just rest. You are not alone. You were never alone. There are people who have changed the shape of you, who have made you different. Quietly, permanently, and that is with you always. In the warm light of a lamp someone chose, in a playlist that grew one evening at a time, in a laugh that came without permission, in a rainy night that told the truth. All of it yours, all of it staying. Let your eyes close now. Let the piano play. Let the rain fall. Let the night hold everything. Gently. You did enough today. You felt enough today. You were enough today. Rest now. Just rest. The rain will still be there in the morning. And so will you. Good night. Not when you look for it. Not when you sit down and try to remember. Not when you close your eyes and reach for it. But in the quiet after. After the letter has been read. After the diary has been closed. After the rain has settled into something softer. In that specific stillness, one more memory comes. Not painful. Not heavy. Just complete. Like the last piece of something, finding its place. It was summer. Before the winter. Before the cafe became a habit. Before the midnight walks became theirs. A warm night. Stars visible. The city quieter than usual. Lena had found the rooftop. The way she found everything. Without trying. Without a map. Just walking somewhere. And discovering it was exactly right. She had texted him at 10 at night. Come up. Just that. Nothing else. He had texted back. Where? Rooftop. Your building. There is a door at the top of the stairs. It opens. He had not known that. He had lived in that building for 2 years. He had never tried the door at the top of the stairs. He found her already there, sitting on an old wooden crate, legs crossed, head tilted back, looking up. The city spread below them. Lights in every direction. The distant sound of traffic. Somewhere a dog. Somewhere music. And above, more stars than he expected. I didn't know this was up here, he said. Most people don't. She said. That is the best thing about it. He found another crate, pulled it close to hers, and sat down. They both looked up. The stars were different from up here, away from the direct street lights, away from the lit windows. Not as many as a countryside sky, not as clear as her childhood window, but enough, more than enough. There, she said. She pointed. Somewhere slightly to the left, above the water tower. What? He asked. My star, she said. He looked, trying to find what she was pointing at. One star among many. Which one? The steady one, she said. They all look steady. He said. No. Look carefully. Some of them flicker. Very slightly. You have to look for a while before you see it. But some flicker. And some just stay. He looked for a long time, really looking, and slowly he began to see it. The difference, the tiny variations. Some stars holding steady, some barely trembling. The steady one above the water tower? He asked. Yes, she said. That one, she said. And something in her voice told him this was not a small thing. This was the thing she had looked for every night. As a child, from her window, in her small quiet town. And she had found it here, above the water tower, above this city, above his rooftop. You found it, he said. I always find it, she said. Simply. Certainly. Like someone who has learned to trust themselves at finding things. They sat in silence for a while. The good kind. Their kind. The city below doing what cities do. Moving. Breathing. Living. And the two of them above it. Still. Looking up. Do you ever think about disappearing? She asked. He looked at her. Like we talked about before. At the lake. No. Different. Not that kind of disappearing. I mean, do you ever think about what it would be like to just go somewhere far, start something new? See if you can become a different version of yourself. Somewhere nobody knows you. He thought about it. Honestly. The way she always made him think. Sometimes. He said. Late at night mostly. When everything feels stuck. She nodded. Me too. She said. She was still looking at her star. Steady above the water tower. I think I might do it someday. She said. Quietly. Not dramatically. The way she said most important things. Like the importance was in the content. Not the delivery. Ian looked at her. Do what? Go somewhere far. Start something. Write something. Become the version of myself that exists only in possibility right now. He looked at the star. Her star. Steady above the water tower. And would you come back? He asked. She thought about it. I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe the version that comes back would be different enough that it would feel like someone new arriving. He sat with that. Would you tell me before you went? She looked at him then. Of course. She said. And then she was quiet. For a long time. Just the stars. Just the city. Just the night. And then, very softly, very quietly, she said something. He almost didn't hear it. If I ever go, promise me something. What? He asked. She kept her eyes on the star. Her star. Steady. Always there. On rainy nights. When you can't sleep. And the room is quiet. And the rain is honest. Remember me. Not with sadness. Just remember the cafe, the rain, the walks, all of it. Just let it be there, like the star, still, not going anywhere, just staying. Ian looked at her. At her face in the starlight. At her eyes still on that one star. At the way she said it. Like she already knew. Like she was already planning. Already imagining. Already moving towards something. He couldn't yet see. I promise. He said. She smiled. Not at him. At the star. Small. Private. Like she was telling it something. Like she was making it a witness. Good. She said. Just that. Just good. And they sat there. For the rest of that summer night. not talking much, not needing to, just two people, on a rooftop, above a city, under stars, one of them knowing she would leave someday, one of them not knowing yet, both of them just being there, together, quietly, for as long as they could. Ian opens his eyes. Back in the apartment. Back in the rain. Back in this quiet night. The memory settling around him. Like the last piece of something. Finding its place. He looks at the window. The rain. Still falling. Faithful. Honest. And he remembers. Not with sadness. Not with pain. Just remembers. The cafe. The rain conversations. The lake under moonlight. The midnight walks. The winter evenings. The fireplace. The record player. The diary. The train station. The rooftop. Her star. Steady above the water tower. All of it. Just letting it be there. Like the star. Still. Not going anywhere. Just staying. And he understands something now. Something that took this whole night to understand. The missing doesn't have to mean loss. It can mean something else. Something quieter. Something more lasting. It can mean that something real happened. That someone real was here. And left marks. The kind you can't see, but feel. In the warm glow of a lamp. In the soft worn cushion. In the playlist that grows. In the rainy nights that are honest. In the star above the water tower. That is steady. That is always there. That doesn't flicker. On rainy nights. When you can't sleep. And the room is quiet. And the rain is honest. Remember me. Not with sadness. Just remember. He is remembering. He kept his promise. And it feels like exactly what she said it would feel like. Not sad. Not empty. Just still. Like a star that doesn't flicker. Like rain that doesn't apologize. Like a feeling that stays long after the person has gone, long after the rooftop, long after the last cup of chai, long after the train door closed. Just stays. He looks up at the ceiling, as if he could see through it. Through all 4 floors. Through the roof. All the way to the stars. He can't. He can't see them tonight. The rain and the clouds. But they are there. He knows they are there. The steady one. Above the water tower. Right where she said. Not flickering. Not going anywhere. Just staying. He closes his eyes. And for the first time since she left, he feels it. Not just missing. Not just absence. Something else. Something that was always there. Underneath the missing. Underneath the quiet. Gratitude. And peace. Quiet. Real. Earned. The kind that doesn't arrive easily. The kind that only comes after you have sat with the hard thing long enough. After you have let the rain be honest with you. After you have read the last letter. After you have kept the promise. Peace. Let this settle around you now. Whatever you were carrying tonight. Whatever kept you from sleeping. Whatever name it has. Let it be what it is. Not a problem to solve. Not a wound to fix. Just a feeling. Just an honest night. Just the rain doing what rain does. You don't have to figure anything out. You don't have to understand everything. Some things just need to be felt. Slowly. In the dark. In the quiet. In the rain. And then they find their place. Like memories do. Like stars do. Like feelings always do. When you stop fighting them. Let your breathing slow all the way down. In. Deep. And out. In. Slow. And out. Let your body sink into wherever you are. Let the rain be the only thing. Just the rain. And the dark. And the quiet. And you. Safe. Warm. Not alone. The people who matter to you. They are still with you. In the honest rainy nights. In the steady stars you can't always see. In the warmth that stays. Long after the source has moved on. They are still here. In the most important way. Close your eyes now. All the way. Let the piano find you. Let the rain cover you. Like a blanket. Like starlight. Like the feeling of a promise kept. You remembered. That was enough. That will always be enough. Rest now. The rain is staying. The stars are staying. And so are you. Good night. Softly. Gently. Good night. Nobody tells you that healing is not a straight line. You imagine it like a road. You imagine yourself walking forward, getting further from the hard thing. Each step easier than the last. But it is not like that. It is more like weather. Some days clear. Some days cloudy. Some days the rain comes back out of nowhere, and you are standing in it again, feeling everything you thought you had moved past. And that is not failure. That is just how it works. Ian has been sitting in this apartment for a long time tonight. Longer than he usually stays awake. Longer than the rain usually keeps him. But something is different now. From when the night began. From when he first sat down. From when the memories first started coming. Something has shifted. Not dramatically. Not completely. But enough. He looks at the window. The rain. He notices something. It has changed. Not stopped. Not gone. But softer now. Much softer. From the heavy honest rain of earlier tonight. To something quieter. Something almost gentle. Like the rain has said what it needed to say. And is now just resting. He watches it. The drops on the glass. Slower now. Further apart. Each one finding its path downward. Unhurried. Patient. He used to watch raindrops race. As a child, pick one drop at the top of the window and watch it find its way down, merging with other drops, changing direction, sometimes stopping, then starting again. He hasn't thought about that in years. He watches one now. A single drop. Starting near the top of the glass. Moving slowly. Joining another. Changing course slightly. Continuing. Not rushing. Not stopping. Just finding its way. He thinks about the past year. After she left. After the train station. After the diary. The first month was the hardest. He won't describe it in detail. Some things don't need description. Anyone who has missed someone deeply already knows the way certain times of day become difficult. Evening especially. The specific hour they used to arrive. The specific sound of a knock that doesn't come. The way certain weather becomes personal. Rain especially. The way you start talking to someone in your head. Saving things up to tell them. And then remembering. And then the small quiet collapse of that remembering. He knows all of that. He lived all of that. But here is what nobody told him. It gets lighter. Not gone. Not resolved. Not fixed. Just lighter. Like carrying something heavy. For a long time. And your arms adjusting. And your posture finding a way. and the weight becoming something you carry without it stopping you. It becomes part of how you move. He thinks about the first rainy night after she left. He had stayed inside all evening, blinds down, music off, phone face down. Not because he was dramatically grieving, not because he was falling apart, just because the rain felt like too much. The rain felt like her. And he wasn't ready for that yet. He had avoided rainy nights for a while, found reasons to be somewhere else, somewhere with noise, somewhere with people, somewhere where the rain was background instead of foreground. And then one night, he couldn't avoid it anymore. He was home. It started raining. And he just let it. Sat by the window, like he used to. Let the rain be what it was. And it hurt. Of course it hurt. But it also felt like her. And feeling like her was not only pain. There was something else in it. Something warm. Something that said, "You are not alone." She was here. That was real. And real things don't disappear just because people do. That was the first night. He let the rain stay. And slowly, over the months that followed, something changed. The rainy nights became his again. Not theirs exactly. Not only his exactly. Something in between. Something shared. Something that belonged to both of them. Even across the distance. He started going back to the cafe. Not right away. It took a while. The first time he walked past it, he kept walking. The second time he stopped outside, looked at the window, the fogged glass, the old man at the counter, the warm light inside, and kept walking. The third time, he went in, sat at their table, corner, by the window, ordered black coffee, and just sat there, looking at the rain, the way she used to, the way he had learned from her, completely present, not pretending to be busy, not reaching for his phone, just sitting, with the rain, with the memory, with all of it. And it was hard. And it was good. Both at the same time. Both true at once. He started writing things down. Not a diary. Not like hers. Just notes. On his phone mostly. Small things. Things he noticed. Things that made him think of her. Things that made him think of himself. The rain sounds different in morning than at night. The old man at the counter remembered my order. I don't think he's ever smiled. But he remembered. Found a coffee shop near work with good chairs. Thought she would like the chairs. Listened to the piano record. Didn't cry. Just listened. That felt like something. Small notes. Small moments. The beginning of something. He didn't know what yet. But the beginning of something. He started walking again. At night. Late. The way they used to. But alone now. Just him. Just the streets. Just whatever the night had in it. And it was different. Walking alone. But not bad different. Just. Different. He noticed new things. Things he had missed when he was busy noticing her. A mural on a wall he had never seen. A tiny garden someone had made. In an impossible gap between buildings. A cat that sat in the same window every night. Watching the street below. He started nodding at the cat. It never nodded back. But it always watched him. Which felt like something. He stopped running from the memories. That was the biggest change. For a while. Every time a memory surfaced, he pushed it back down. Found something to do. Somewhere to look. Something to think about instead. Because the memories hurt. And he thought, if he could just stay ahead of them, they would eventually stop coming. But they don't stop coming. That is not how memories work. They come when they come. On rainy nights. In cafe windows. In the smell of chai. In old piano songs. In the sight of two people sharing an umbrella. And you can run. For a while. But the memories are patient. They will wait. So he stopped running. And started doing something else instead. He started letting them in. When a memory came, he just let it come. Let himself be in the cafe with her. Let himself be at the lake. Let himself be on the rooftop. Looking at her star. And the strange thing. The thing nobody told him. Was that when you stop fighting memories, they stop hurting quite as much. They don't stop mattering. They don't become less real. They just become something you can hold. Instead of something that holds you. He learned to live with them. That is the only way to say it. Learn to live with them. The way you learn to live with any permanent thing. The way you learn to walk with a scar. Not pretending it isn't there. Not covering it all the time. Not letting it be the only thing you see. Just walking. With it part of you. Evidence of something you survived. Evidence of something real. Tonight, sitting in this apartment, in this rain, every rainy cafe evening, every midnight walk, every winter night, every word she wrote, and it hurts a little, but it also feels like something else, like warmth, like fullness, like gratitude, like someone gave you something beautiful and then took it away. But the beauty doesn't leave with them. The beauty stays in the way they changed you, in the way they opened something, in the way you see rain now, in the way you sit in cafes, in the way you look at stars, in the way you learn to sit with things instead of running from them. She taught him that without meaning to, and he carries it. He thinks about something she said at the cafe that very first night. Rainy nights are not sad-eyed. They are just honest. He has thought about that line many times, over many rainy nights. But tonight, he thinks he finally understands it completely. Honest doesn't mean painful. Honest doesn't mean heavy. Honest just means true. And tonight is honest. The rain is honest. The memories are honest. The missing is honest. The gratitude is honest. All of it true. All of it real. All of it aloud. He breathes in, deep, and out, slow. He feels something he hasn't felt in a long time. Not happiness exactly. Not peace exactly. Something quieter than both. Something more honest. Okayness. Just okayness. The feeling that this is hard, and it is also okay. Both of these things are true at the same time, and one does not cancel out the other. He is going to be okay. Not today completely. Not tomorrow completely. But eventually. Quietly. In the way that matters. He is going to be okay. The rain outside is barely there now. The softest version of itself. Almost not rain. Almost just the memory of rain. Still falling. Still faithful. But gentle now. Like it has made its peace too. Like it said everything it needed to say. Over this long honest night. And is now just staying. For company. For comfort. The way rain always does. When you stop fighting it. He looks at the clock. Late. Later than he realized. The night has moved while he wasn't tracking it. While he was busy feeling things. While he was letting memories come and go. While he was reading her words. While he was keeping his promise. And somewhere in all of that, the night became morning. Almost. Not quite yet. But almost. That specific hour. When the dark starts to consider changing. When the night is still the night. But something in the air has already decided. That morning is coming. He can feel it. Not see it yet. Not quite. But feel it. And he thinks, I made it through. Not triumphantly. Not with relief exactly. Just quietly. Just honestly. I made it through another lonely night. And on the other side of it, he is not the same. Not dramatically different. Not completely changed. But something has settled. Something has found its place. The memories. All of them. The cafe. The lake. The rooftop. The train station. The diary. They are his now. Fully his. Not wounds. Not losses. Just his. Part of him. Part of how he sees the world. Part of why he notices rain. Part of why he can sit in silence without fear. Part of why he knows that some things are felt more than they are understood. All of it his. All of it staying. He reaches out and touches the scarf on the chair. Gently. Just fingertips. Dark green. Still soft. Still hers. Thank you. He says. Out loud. Quietly. To the empty apartment. To the rain. To the memories. To her. Wherever she is tonight. Writing something probably. At a desk. Near a window. In Edinburgh rain. Thank you. For the cafe. For the rain. For the lake. For the rooftop. For showing him his star. For teaching him to sit with things. For the diary. For the last smile on the platform. For the scarf she forgot. Or maybe didn't forget. He smiles at that. She probably didn't forget. She never forgot small things. He pulls his hand back. Gently. Lets the scarf rest where it is. Where it belongs. He lies back on the bed. Finally. Head on the pillow. Eyes on the ceiling. The lamp still on. Her lamp. Warm yellow glow. The rain still falling. Just barely. Just enough. The playlist still playing. Somewhere between one song and the next. A quiet moment. A breath between notes. And he just lies there. With all of it. With the weight that has become lighter. With the missing that has become something he can carry. With the memories that are his now. And he thinks. Very quietly. Very simply. She was here. And that was everything. Let your body go now. All the way. Every muscle. Every held breath. Every tight place. Just let go. You have been carrying things tonight. Maybe for longer than tonight. Things that needed to be felt. Things that needed to be sat with. Things that needed a long honest night. And some rain. And some quiet. To find their place. And they have. Or they are finding it. That is enough. You don't have to finish tonight. You don't have to resolve tonight. You don't have to understand tonight. You just have to rest. The pain gets lighter. Not today maybe. Not tomorrow maybe. But it does. It always does. When you stop running from it. When you let it be what it is. When you sit with it. In the dark. In the rain. In the honest nights. It gets lighter. And you learn to carry it. And it becomes part of you. And you become someone who has felt something real and survived it and is still here. Still here. That is not nothing. That is everything. Close your eyes now. Let the rain be soft. Let the lamp be warm. Let the memories settle. Like rain settles. Like night settles. Like everything eventually settles. When you stop fighting it, you are going to be okay. Not perfectly. Not immediately. But okay. In the quiet, honest way that matters most. The rain is staying. And so are you. And in the morning, you will still be here. A little lighter. A little softer. A little more okay. Than you were tonight. Rest now. You have earned it. Good night. Softly. Good night. It happens so slowly. You almost miss it. Not a dramatic sunrise. Not golden light pouring in. Not birds suddenly singing. Just a softening. The dark outside the window becoming slightly less dark. The black of deep night shifting into something quieter. Something almost blue. The specific blue of very early morning. Before the sun. Before the world wakes. that particular hour, that belongs to no one and everyone. Ian notices it slowly. His eyes have been closed. Not sleeping. Not quite. Just resting. Just lying there. In that soft place. Between waking and sleep. Where thoughts become slower. Where feelings become softer. Where the hard edges of things begin to round themselves. He opens his eyes. Just slightly. Just enough. And sees it. The blue. Coming through the window. Quietly. Without announcement. Like everything good tonight has come. Slowly. Honestly. Without asking for attention. The rain has almost stopped. He can hear it. Still there. Barely. Just the softest sound now. Like the last few words of a long conversation. Trailing off. Not because there is nothing left to say. But because everything important has been said. And now, there is just the quiet after. He lies still and listens to it. That last soft rain. The blue light growing slowly. The lamp in the corner still on. Still warm. 2 lights now. Her lamp. And the morning. Both gentle. Both faithful. Both asking nothing. He thinks about the night. All of it. How it started with a restless feeling. A cold cup of coffee. A window full of rain. And slowly became something else. A journey back. Through 3 years of evenings. Through a cafe and a lake and a rooftop. Through winter nights and midnight walks. Through a train station on a rainy platform. Through a diary he finally read. Through a promise he kept. And now, here, on the other side of the night. Not fixed. Not healed completely. But lighter. The blue light spreads further into the room. Touching the corner where the lamp glows. Mixing with it. Warm yellow. And cool blue. 2 different kinds of light. Finding each other. Making something in between. He watches them meet. On the wall. On the ceiling. On the edge of the table where the diary sits. 2 lights. One from the night that is ending. One from the morning that is beginning. And in between. Just this room. Just him. Just everything he has carried tonight. He thinks about her. One more time. Quietly. Not with longing. Not with sadness. Just thinking of her. The way you think of someone who is part of you now. Not because they are here, but because of what they left. What she left. The way he sees rain. The way he sits in silences. The way he notices small things. The warm bulb in the lamp. The worn left cushion. The playlist that still grows. And something she said. That very first night. In the cafe. That he has been carrying ever since. Rainy nights are not sad. They are just honest. He understands it now. Fully. Completely. More than he ever has. Because tonight was honest. Every part of it. The missing. The memories. The diary. The promise. The grief that became lighter. The pain that became something he could carry. All of it honest. All of it real. All of it. Exactly what tonight needed to be. The blue light is stronger now. Not sunrise yet. Not quite. But the sky outside the window is no longer black. It is that deep quiet blue that says, morning is decided. It is coming. Not yet. But coming. And he feels it. That specific feeling of having been awake long enough to see the dark change. There is something about it. Something that feels like surviving. Not dramatically. Not heroically. Just quietly. I was here for all of the night. And I am still here. And the morning is coming. That is enough. He closes his eyes. Not to sleep yet. Just to feel this. The room around him. The blue light growing. The last of the rain. The lamp still warm. And in the quiet of all of it, a thought comes. Soft. Simple. True. Some people leave our lives, but never leave us. He sits with that. They go. And the room feels different. And the evenings feel different. And the rain feels different. And everything takes a while to find its shape again. But they don't disappear. Not really. Not the ones who mattered. They stay. In the way you see things. In the way you sit with silence. In the way you let rain be honest with you. In the warmth of a lamp someone chose. In a playlist that keeps growing. In a star above a water tower. That you now know how to find. They stay. In you. As you. Quietly. Permanently. In all the ways that matter most. He breathes. In. Deep. Slow. And out. All the way. And something releases. something he has been holding, without knowing he was holding it. The last bit of tension, the last bit of resistance, the last bit of fighting. What simply is. It releases, like the last of the rain. Just letting go. The room is blue and gold now. Morning and lamp. Together. His apartment. His corner room. His fourth floor. With the scarf on the chair. And the mug on the shelf. And the diary on the table. And the plant by the window. That needs more water than he thinks. All of it his. All of it holding something. All of it. Home. He thinks one last thing. Before sleep finally comes. She was here. And that was real. And real things don't need to last forever, to matter forever. And then, very gently, very slowly, sleep arrives. Not dramatically, not with force, just the way good things arrive. After a long honest night. Quietly. Naturally. Like it was always going to. Like the morning. And outside the window. The rain has stopped. Completely now. Finally. The streets below are quiet. Washed clean, reflecting the first pale light of morning. The sky is that deep blue, moving slowly towards something lighter, and somewhere above the rooftop, above the water tower, in the clearing sky, one star, still visible. Just barely, holding on, until the morning takes it. Steady, not flickering, just there, just staying. Let yourself go now, all the way. The night is done, you made it through. Whatever brought you here tonight, whatever kept you from sleeping, whatever you needed to feel, or remember, or sit with, you did that. And now, you can rest. Let the blue light be soft. Let the morning come slowly. Let your body be heavy. In the good way. In the way that means you have been somewhere real tonight. And you are ready now to rest. The people who matter to you, they are still with you. They never really left. They are in the way you breathe. In the way you feel rain. In the way you know that some nights are not for sleeping. They are for remembering. For feeling. For being honest with yourself. In the dark. In the quiet. In the rain. And you were. Tonight you were. Now close your eyes. All the way. Let the morning take the dark. Let the warmth find you. Let the last of the rain be the last sound. Soft, fading, faithful, right until the end. You are safe. You are warm. You are not alone. And somewhere out there, someone is writing something. At a desk, near a window, in the early morning. Something that someone will read at 3 in the morning, when they cannot sleep, and they will feel less alone because of her, because of you, because of every honest rainy night that taught someone to sit with the hard thing and come out the other side, still here, still staying. Good night, or good morning, whichever this is for you. Both are welcome here. Both are safe. Rest now. The rain kept its promise. It stayed until you didn't need it anymore. And now, so can you. Rest. Just rest. And now, everything slows. The thoughts becoming quieter. The memories settling softly. Like snow. Like petals. Like the last notes of a song. Finding the silence. Everything. Slowing. Everything. Softening. Everything. Becoming still. The rain outside is barely a whisper now. Just the softest sound. Like the rain itself is falling asleep. Drop by drop. Slower. And slower. Until there is almost no sound at all. Just the memory of rain. Just the feeling of it. Soft. And distant. And beautiful. The piano is playing somewhere. You may not notice it exactly. It is just there. Underneath everything. Slow notes. Far apart. Each one arriving. And dissolving. Before the next one comes. Like breathing. Like you're breathing. Which is slowing now. Naturally. Gently. In. And out. In. And out. Let your eyes be heavy. They have seen enough tonight. Let them close. All the way. Let the darkness be soft. Not the darkness of loneliness. Not the darkness of fear. The darkness of rest. The darkness of a room where the rain has stopped, and the lamp is warm, and everything that needed to be felt has been felt. Feel your body now, where it rests, the weight of it sinking, your head heavy on the pillow, your shoulders, releasing, your hands, open, soft, no longer holding anything, just resting, your breath, just your breath, in, slow, and out, in, all the way, and out, and the memories now, all the memories of this long honest night, are softening, the cafe, becoming softer, the lake, becoming softer, the rooftop, and the star above the water tower, softer, the train station, the last smile, the diary, all of it, becoming softer, not gone, never gone, just resting, the way you are resting, settling into that quiet place, where feelings go, when the night is done, and slowly, very slowly, the night and all its memories begin to dissolve into the quiet, into the soft darkness, into something peaceful, something warm, something that has no words, just feeling, safe feeling, warm feeling, still feeling. You are not anywhere now, not in the past, not in the future, just here. This breath, in and out, this warmth, this quiet, this soft dark. The piano plays one more note, just one, soft, and long, and slowly, fading, until it is just the memory of a note, until it is just silence, beautiful silence, and the rain, the last drop, falls quietly on the window, and everything is still. You are drifting now, gently, like a leaf on still water, not going anywhere, just floating, just resting on the surface of something calm, something deep, something that holds you without effort, without asking anything, just holds you. Some people leave our lives, but never leave us. They stay in the warmth of a lamp, in the sound of rain, in a star that doesn't flicker. They stay in the way you breathe tonight, in the way you finally let yourself rest. They stay always, and you are staying too, right here, in this warmth, in this quiet, in this soft and honest dark, drifting slower and slower, and slower. Your breath, in, out, in, out. The rain, still. The piano, gone now. Just silence. Beautiful. Complete. Yours. Sleep now. Just sleep.